clothing. That Mauler outfit won't cut it out here.
Ladies and gentlemen, boys and girls, children of all ages. It's showtime. Hi guys, I'm back. Full launch day for the game. And so, new character, new server. A couple of friends on here already. B. Oh, do I have to research it first? I have to research it first. We will research makeshift clothing. And we will build. A full set of makeshift clothing. And good morning from California to whomever has joined me. Hi.
The War of Assassins has left debris
There we
scattered
are.
all over this sector.
Raggedy
Salvage
Man.
metal from the wreckage with your cutter ray and use it to make a Mauler pistol and darts. Don't let the Imperial disdain for ranged weapons lead you astray. Very few people are foolhardy enough to use shields this deep in the sands, and that is to your advantage.
Start grabbing some granite. We'll need that for making our home. Once we find it, of course. Those for, well, various and sundry things. Most notably, oh, good, salvage metals. We need those. There we go. I would need those for bandages eventually. Eventually, we're going to take damage. There's some salvaged metal, and that should give us enough too. Nope, not quite enough. Somebody has built their house already. Server's been up for a couple hours. I have been up for about Is that a storm blowing through this early in the game already? I guess. Yeah, I took a little bit of damage from the storm. Sandworm threat. There you have worm sign when you're running across open sand, telling you that, hey, there's a worm coming. Hey, Vorp. Alright, I can research the Mala kit. New character, new server. Fish and Toli and I have characters here. Research. Yes. Can now make improvised Mala pistol. And let's make extra ammo for that. Wasn't the point of early access? You get a head start and don't have to recreate the character. This is my third character. I actually have characters on 2 other servers. You know me, I like alts. But also I wanted to create one here for the launch day, because I'm not sure if anyone could create, for instance, Fish just picked up the game. I'm not sure if he could actually create a character on any of the Head Start servers because they might be full. You can create a character, a new player can create a character on them if they're not full, but I'm not sure if that's the case or not. We need to research the respawn beacon. Make a respawn beacon, so I have a place to respawn if I die. Of course, that would never happen.
This used to be Fremen territory, but the War of Assassins and the Sardaukar pogrom put an end to that. Now the sector is crawling with scavengers, fighting over the scraps of Imperium technology left in the wake of this so-called noble war. But that's to your advantage, Off-Worlder.
There are server caps. You had that issue
Allow them to
once
do
you...
the hard
Yeah, exactly.
work of gathering the salvage, and then take it from them. Don't hesitate to kill them all. They would do the same to you.
Oh, don't worry. I will kill them. I'll kill them right in their stupid faces. Got him. He has no loot. The nerve. But he does have a loot chest. Cut some granite because we're going to need to build a house pretty quick. It'll be a simple one. Oh, I spotted... Oop. There's a node of copper over here, and we'll be needing that pretty soon, too. But I'm going to be a little more careful in my choice of where to build. I need to research the binoculars. Build. Binoculars. Pardon me. More copper. Go to a scavenger camp, use your ability to kill the scavengers. Okay, I have to use my ability. I chose Swordmaster for this character. I now have, amongst my 3 characters, 3 of the 4 starting characters. If you are starting a character, I would recommend any of them you like except Trooper. For one reason, Trooper is easily trainable, like within an hour or 2. Whereas the others are more difficult to find the trainers and get the training. So as a second class, you'll get Trooper very early. A second skill tree, in essence, will open up very early. So you don't want to get that one because getting any of the others is far more difficult by comparison. But if you want to go Trooper, you certainly can. Alright, I need to scout out a scavenger camp with the binoculars. Let's head up, actually, up above. More copper. You can see the sun gauge there showing that it's getting hotter. Where is... Seems like there's one below me. I can't help it. I must mine. I must cutter ray stuff. Where is it? Where is it? There's supposed to be one, like, right over here. Up there? Yeah, up there. Alright. So we now swap to our binoculars. Now, they want me to use my ability, and my ability is a melee ability. This may be the same one I just hit, in which case it probably won't be repopulated yet. Start with one ability. Eventually you can have 3 slotted and a whole bunch more trained. Yeah, this is the one I just killed the old-fashioned way, with a gun. So now I have to kill a scab or 2 and use my ability. Let's see, we are there. Should be another scavenger camp there. Instead, head over in that direction, I guess. Oop. I don't have a suspensor belt yet. You'll get that relatively early. What that allows you to do is basically free fall from a cliff, and the basic version will automatically kick in as you get close to hitting the ground and will slow your fall to the point where you don't take damage. Below me, there we have one poor unfortunate who is going to die to my flying knee attack. Hello.
It's obvious you've had some training, off-worlder, but nothing can truly prepare you for what the desert has in store. Hone your skills and harden yourself to the violence you must do to survive. Remember, Arrakis will sharpen you or kill you.
And we have a little cave area, which will likely also have bad guys. Skills, here we are. There's my flying knee attack. I'll also get a deflection to enter a defensive stance.
Without a still tent,
these are active skills, these are passives, and these are techniques.
Those storms tear flesh from bone and shred metal like paper. Unless you'd like to share a cave with some scavengers, your best bet is to build your own shelter. Build a construction tool and place out a sub-fief console. You'll be claiming a portion of the planet's surface for your very own, or rather borrowing it from the Emperor. I'm a little hazy on the specifics.
Got them both. Let us make some heal kits. Pick up the stuff, because hey, fat loot is better than no loot. You can quote me on that. Let's heal. You'll note I wrap a bandage around my left wrist because that's where I was hurt, evidently. It seems like all harm is to your left wrist, which is strange. There we go. I want to be completely healed up for my big day at the office. Alright. Earlier I could see Griffin's Reach, which is the first trade post. And if possible, building a little bit closer to that will mean less running around. That should be it in the distance there. And the heat gauge is up again. So when the heat is up, you need to occasionally take brief stops in the shade. Let your heat gauge go down. The water gauge is on the left. You can see it's a little blue line, vertical line, about halfway. If you get below a third, you can suck the dew flowers to get back up to a third. Break anytime now, thank you. Alright, we've got the needed granite. Don't take it for granted. I like to have a little more than is strictly necessary for the smallest of houses because size matters. Oops, I am hurting, or going to be hurting if I don't get some shade. There we go. Status UI. I'm feeling much better now, thank you. It is just a time saver if you build a little bit closer to Griffin's Reach. This is not a PC building. There are some unfriendlies in there. I want to get a little bit more shade.
Someone's here.
Before I start running across.
Reveal yourself.
I will reveal myself as I run away. Oh, there's a guy over there. And we're almost completely cooled off. We're cooled off. Stop shooting at me. I'm leaving. Oh my god, he's so mean. There's Shai Halud flying by. The poof of sand is Shai Halud. When Shai Halud is a danger to you, at the bottom where my butt is, you can see a little wavy line, and that means minor Shai Halud. Worm sign, it goes to orange. He's closer, it goes to red. Find hard cover. I have yet to be eaten, but a number of my friends have been eaten, some of them multiple times.
Who goes there?
I go here.
Eyes on enemy.
Reveal yourself.
They were in my way. Crouch down behind the rock, cool off a little bit. And a lot of times, even if you know where you're going, you kind of have to take a roundabout route. You don't want to run across the open sand for too long at a single go, as it can be dangerous, as you can get Shai Halud, the worm, who's not at all shy about eating people. All right, there's Griffin's Reach. You see my water level is now below a third, which means if I hit, I think it's primroses, there's a patch of primroses. I'll be able to suck some dew from them later on in the game. You'll be able to get a dew harvesting scythe, which will allow you to harvest significant amounts of water, basically late at night or just before morning from the primrose. And that's a good water source. Most of your early game water will come in a rather unpleasant way. Oh, somebody has built their home defining item, the subfief console here. We have a place around here with some primroses, so I can get a little bit of water. Because I'm feeling a bit parched. Whoop. Pardon me, ma'am. Sorry about that. I feel guilt. She was just standing there admiring the lovely sunset, and there I came. Okay, these are the flowers. I will be able to rehydrate a little bit. I'm at the dew limit. You can only rehydrate up to a third of your maximum hydration. Research the basic construction kit. Craft basic construction tool. Oh, don't need two. One is sufficient. Oh, no. Generally, you don't use the binoculars very much, or at least I historically have not. This is the sub-fief console. Too close to a no building zone. This is to keep people from, packing in their houses too much, so I can build here. This isn't bad.
Congratulations. You're now the proud owner of an Imperial sub-fief. More of a sub-fief. But it's enough for now. Get your construction tool out and get cracking. It's not a shelter without walls and a roof.
He's right about that. It's just not. I'm going to move. To change the function on the construction tool, you right-click for the menu on the right. You want to repair. You want to move. Let's see, where would we like to move? You know, this doesn't change the location of our little sub-fief. We've got insufficient stability. A problem I frequently have had in my life. I am almost out of granite. I'm going to need... Oh, no, I'm not. I've got plenty. Probably not enough to quite finish off my first little basic house here. Yep, wrong thing. There we go. Interface. I will need some more. Not a bunch more, but I will need some more. All right. Low on water again. Are there primroses up here? Yes, there are. Time to rehydrate again. Water. Parched. The primary way you'll gain water early game is killing people, taking their blood, and using a blood purifier. It's a little dark, granted. So if you take a liter of blood from someone, you will get 200 milliliters back out of clean drinking water. Totally not ghoulish at all. I promise. Okay, it's creepy. I'm looking for... looks like that might be more granite. No, it's not. It's just a rock. Granite. It's 40, so that's like 5 wall and roof segments, I think. Alright, I have 120. That should be good for enough for us to finish up our brand spanking new home. In the distance, you can see that sort of wacky looking shaped rock. That's called the hammer. Not too far away from it is the anvil, and that is the trade station for the second area. We're in the first area of the Haga Basin right now. Let's see. All right, we have finished off and we're going to have, I think, just enough. Nope, not quite enough. We're going to need like 30 more. One more node ought to be sufficient. You know, theoretically, a lot of people are just going to build a 2x2, but I'm building to last, so mine's a 3x4. More salvaged metal. I'll be needing more of that. Got the bits that are laying on the ground, too. There's at least one more. 2 more? No, one more. Ah, another one over there. No, no, it's not. That ought to do it, and I somehow managed to miss this one, so we'll have a little extra for additions later. Don't want to go too far overboard on the first house, because once you finish off the first few hours, you'll need to build your second house in the second area, and you'll have to destroy. Well, you don't actually have to destroy it. What you can do is there is a method for, in essence, making a blueprint of it, and then just dropping the blueprint in place. You then destroy this one, drop the blueprint in place, and just go click, 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 and an autofill. So it takes like a minute or 2, literally, to remake your exact same house. Oh, that's not fair at all. I built my house in such a way that it's not Easily accessible by me. Okay, that's fine. We will rethink our door location. We can do it here, I think. Yeah, that'll be fine. We now have a functioning house with a door and everything. And because I'm a bit of a perfectionist, let's see. We don't have access to the filling in this tile set. There are other tile sets that are available, but I just wanted to use the quick and easy one. This has got all the basics you'll need, and this is where the various parts and stuff you need to make will show up in easily selectable manner, but there are other sets of stuff. This is where we are the basics. You've got... The UI is terrible. It's based on the fact that we're going to be making a console version, and so the PC version is awful. Just dreadful. So there's like a Caladan set, an Atreides set, one Chome set, and there are more Chome stuff you can buy. But we're just going to use this one for now. First things first. Because if they weren't first, we wouldn't say first things first. We have to build small storage. And in here, we'll drop off all of the crafting goods that we have picked up so far. Construct or interact with a fuel power generator. You have to have, this is one of the first things you've got to build so that you can build the other things. And this uses fuel cells, of which you'll want to pick up a bunch early, but after that, you don't burn through them as quickly as you might expect.
The sub-fief console comes with an automatic shield system that will keep your base safe from the sandstorms. Just keep the generator fueled, or the storms will tear at your walls. And it goes without saying, don't build on open sand. Seal your base, off-worlder. Maintain good water discipline, and it will keep you alive. You've done well licking flowers and sucking sap, but you need a consistent source of water. And the best source out here is blood. Extract it, store it, refine it, and drink it. Raw if you're really desperate. And don't mind throwing up. Actually, don't drink it, unless you really have to.
I'm a little low on my hydration level, so I will. Pardon me while I suck dew. And we need to salvage metal. I already had a bunch. Oh, that's right. I put it down, didn't I? Put it into my box. Well, while we're here, we'll copper too. We'll be needing more of that. I think I will also put another door here. So that I can get up there easily to get materials and, if necessary, a quick dew suck. Pardon my phrasing. We have 110. 10. We have 25 plant fiber. We are, and there we are. Research the basic exsanguination kit. Seriously. You can't suck blood without sucking blood. Craft a blood extractor. Oh, blood extractor. Improvised blood extractor. And I always like to start with 2 blood sacks. As 2 blood sacks completely filled, which will take like 6 kills, I think. Is the maximum that the blood cleanser can function at the same time. I have to locate and kill scavs and extract 1,000 mils of blood. The nearest are quite close indeed. More fiber. You always want to have extra fiber because you can use that to make bandages. Heal kits. Sorry, heal kits. Sorry about that. Not really. There's 1,000 mils. Research the blood purifier. That's in Y. Honey, I'm home. We will research the blood purifier. You will build a blood purifier. Wrong button. Deposit the blood.
You're probably feeling it by now, Offworlder. Spice. It's everywhere on Arrakis. The air, the sand, the blood.
I'm
It
about to be
prolongs life,
tripping balls.
expands consciousness, and triggers some very vivid dreams.
Vivid dreams. And now I'm going to have a minor hallucination. They have really complicated constellations.
Observe this valley, sacred to the Equan Bedouin. Here, Wally faced the trials of Akhl, proving their knowledge of the Fremen race. Find the Fremen, she said. Seven tests, 7 steps. Set your feet. Follow the uncertain path. Keep moving. The only true death is stagnation.
You get all that? Hope you're taking notes. I'm so wasted. Follow my inner sight to the first trial of Akko. I reroll my character sheet. Very, very funny. Actually, probably yes. If you give me time, you know me and alts. Well, before I follow the trial of Akko, before I can acclimate myself, I'm going to rehydrate. Drop all this stuff into my box. Watch. You run up to it, and if you have something of the same type inside, you just hit F. And I just put all of that copper ore auto-deposited because I already had copper ore in there. Drop in the salvaged metal. We will quick deposit the fuel cells into the generator. And the first trial is down there. $691 meters away. Looks like they changed the display there. That the trials of the Akko have a new icon all of their own. The sun has risen. It's a beautiful morning. There are leaps that happen in-game with the ease of getting around. The first one is you get your sand speeder, and that's just before you head north to the second game area. And then it really opens up when you get an ornithopter, or so I've been assured. I don't have an ornithopter on any of my characters yet. Can I suck some more dew? Not yet. You have to be down a bit before you can suck dew. You can climb. The climbing mechanic isn't... The real problem with the climbing mechanic is you can't start climbing down. You can sort of only fall and then catch yourself. Why they don't have that as a mechanic? No. That's less of a problem once you get... we have a very, very small amount of worm sign. See at my butt, the wiggling line. It's much less of a problem once you get a suspensor belt, as you can fall on the suspensor belt. There are a couple of different varieties. You can either slow yourself or have it automatically slow you. I'm going to take a moment here to desunify myself. And let me suck dew. Mina Cavern discovered. You can see we've got some carven pillars and whatnot. And now I'm going to snort some hallucinogenic drugs and trip balls. I've entered the ancient cave. Walk mode is on. Inhaling spice in 3, 2, 1. Snort. Base climbing likely lifted from Conan Exiles. Yeah, well, I mean, a lot of the base game systems, I think, clearly are. But it's not just a reskin of Conan Exiles, which a lot of people have been saying. That's just not the case. I'm now tripping balls. This is actually reminiscent of some of the cutscenes from Secret World, if you've ever seen that. Secret World is, despite its significant amount of jank in the combat, it is one of my favorite MMOs ever. Because it just does so many things that differently and well. Not just differently. Borrowing mechanics from prior games isn't a slight at all? No. Calling it a reskin is a slight.
What is it that thinks? Ibn Kirtaiba. The weight of a kind.
Hi, how you doing? You seeing anyone? Can I buy you a cappuccino? Alright, now here, it's all about...
Our God gave us the burning eyes of Allah.
waiting for the eye to close, and then...
Rest in black shade. Bila kaif.
darting to the next shade spot. Crouching.
When we began our wandering,
Basically, we're being retold the story of the Fremen.
we came to know within our souls.
What happened to the Fremen, how they ended up on Arrakis,
When we found
the trials they had to go through to, as a people, survive. And there are apparently 7 trials. I think I've only done the first 2? 3? 2 or 3.
on Harmontel, we were made to suffer. Our children taken and made slaves. They denied us the Hajj. Never to forgive, never to forget.
Whoop.
The weight of a kindly God is a fearful thing. Did not God give us the burning sun to defy? Suffering leads to defiance.
Can I? Almost got myself killed. Almost. Well, killed is not really accurate. Basically, it just resets you a little bit. Oh, close your big bright eyes. Thing. Not even sure what it's supposed to represent. Looks like the eye from the original War of the Worlds movie from the 50s. Is what it looks
Even
like.
the Taiba, defiance leads to thought. Who is it that thinks? Those who suffer. Ibn Qutayba, defiance leads to thought. Who is it that thinks?
Those who suffer, babe.
Those who suffer. Remember Harmontep. Be la kaifa.
And I now will wake up from my tripping balls. I always have such a case of the munchies after I snort spice. That's a good-looking character, don't you think? He looks familiar. I can't quite put my finger on it.
Still there, Offworlder? Your signal drifted for a moment. No matter. A thought occurs. When the Sardaukar began their purge, many Fremen were slaughtered. The ones that were not abandoned their caves, leaving valuable resources behind. Valuable resources that just might contain the makings of a still suit. Take what you need. Their ghosts will not object.
Alright, we need to locate a moisture-sealed cave. Fortunately, I think there's one directly across. I'm not quite thirsty enough to drink. Sure looks like one. We don't need those in inventory slots. Let's take a quick peek. Nope, that's the Imperial Testing Station. That's what that is. That should be one of the sealed caves. Down there. We will eventually be going into the the Imperial Testing facilities. Those are sort of little dungeons. Lots of material in it. Loot, and enemies. That's an outpost, scav camp. Yeah, it should be that. Oh, 3 stories. Somebody's ambitious. Wanted to see if I could steal the bike. You know, trike. Technically, they're trikes. They call them sand bikes, but they're not bikes. Bike is short for bicycle. These have 3 treads. They are tricycles. I know. It's up above. Up above. Let's see if we can get one of these. Hi. I will now suck their juice. You can drink blood if you have no other source of water. It will provide hydration, but it also makes you sick and lowers your maximum health. I can't. That's not fair. I don't know why I can't open the looty box, because I kind of need the loot. Alright, well, there's another one here. It's possible I may have already been here and... looted that, so that may be the reason I can't loot it again a second time. Where's the other one? There are two of those in this little... Oh, I bet it's just the same. It's the entrance to the same place. It had two entrances. Let me rehydrate as best I can from sucking the dew plants. Yeah, that's all it is. It's just the two entrances to the same place. But I may be able to get some more materials from that person. You see, that's the problem. There's no way to start climbing down. It's a really bad implementation, and that should be something that's easy to fix, relatively. Yeah, that's just the second entrance to the same location.
Who's that?
Ooh, I'm sorry, knee to the head. Not really sorry. Juicy. Maybe it's not right for me to keep saying that every time I kill one of them, but I can't help it. That's another player. I got the kill. He can have all the stuff. I've got plenty of the stuff. I think I have enough micro sandwich fabric back at home. We have fabric at home, so we'll just head home. Loot is instanced? No. No, if, at least not in all cases. In some cases it may be, but the items I was looking at, that guy picked up. Some of it should be, though. So, instance, like a chest. I think the reason that chest was open and looted was because I had already looted it. Yeah, there's my respawn beacon that I dropped at the very start. So yeah, I went in there and opened that earlier. So I think chests are instanced. But the stuff on the ground, for instance, is not. For instance, if multiple people go into the testing station, there's a lot of stuff in there that you wouldn't want to be open to people to take and no one else to take. Things like unique blueprints.
Who's that?
Ooh, knee to the head. I'm sorry. And a stab to finish them. Didn't want to do it. Okay, actually, I did. And we'll suck their juice. Blood. Sorry, that was... And you can see this one is open too. I've already opened this one on my path north to build my house. So that's what it was. I feel parched again. Fortunately, more primroses. And like I said, you see the implement there. You can see the icon of a scythe. That means that there's enough dew on them that if I had a dew scythe, I would be able... a dew scythe and an empty container, I would be able to harvest moisture. And if you hit T, it brings up a display in the upper right with a little gauge. You can see one of those wedges is more blue. The closer you are to the bright blue one, the better the harvesting. But at the optimum time, with one of those little patches of dew flowers, you can harvest a full liter in just a couple of seconds. And that is a great way to augment the amount of water you have. Honey, I'm home. Let's go over to the blood purifier. We'll deposit our blood. That was 4 liters of blood. Previously, we had put in 1 liter of blood, and that gave us 200 milliliters of cool, clear water. Water! I do indeed have the micro sandwich fiber I needed. And EMF generators. Next up, salvage metal and copper ore. Copper ore. Salvage metal. New schematics unlocked. Drink water from the blood purifier, pardon me. That one tasted like strawberries. Research the fabricator. You gotta keep them fabricated. Fabricator. Construct the fabricator. We now have a fab. Next up should be fabricate a complete scavenger still suit. Gloves, mask, boots, body. Now the advantage of this is it will recapture some of your moisture that you, over time, give off. In the words of the book and the movie, urine and feces are processed in the thigh pads. And I believe Xantara is going to cover that in a most colorful description when we have all 4 pieces on. Almost there. Almost there.
Impressive, Off-Worlder. Just remember, if you didn't connect the tubes between the cats and the thigh pads just right,
Catheters.
you'll be drinking your own liquefied feces. And that does not count as hydration, by the way. I have good news, Off-Worlder. My leg has recovered enough that I will risk it to move forward. I know a place in your sector where we can meet. Craft a survey device so you can figure out how to get there and join me.
Pardon the yawn. Okay, so we now have a still suit. If you check my hydration on the left, the vertical lines, you'll notice there's a small, thin vertical line next to the thicker one. Thicker one is my current hydration. The thinner one is the amount of water in the catch pockets of my still suit. When you're wearing a still suit, If you have any water in your catch pockets, you can just press F to drink. Don't worry, it's been filtered, but it still tastes like you. One of the things I have found useful is the content can get pretty difficult. At various times, there's sort of a curve sort of flattens out and then steepens up again. So I will recommend, although it is a pain in the butt, I would recommend that you carry, in essence, a combat outfit along with you in your still suit. You use your still suit moving from place to place for most of the activity in the world. If you're going into a place where you know there's going to be combat, maybe changing into the combat stuff would be better. So, for instance, the helmet, the makeshift hood has 11 armor, a slightly lower dash stamina cost, and it reduces blade damage, but it provides no heat protection. Whereas what I'm currently wearing has an armor value of 11, so it has the same armor value. It does not reduce stamina costs, and it doesn't reduce blade damage, but it does have heat protection, and it also collects water. So you want, when just moving around, collecting stuff out in the world, you want to be wearing a still suit. If you're going to be going into heavy combat, you may want to keep a set of armor, in essence, on you. That is completely optional. There we are. But I do it. All right, research the small ore refinery. That's small chemical, small ore refinery. Construct said small ore refinery. We'll make copper ingots. We can make 114 of them. I see no reason not to. I don't think there's any use for just the ore. Now, all copper, to make copper ingots, all that requires is copper ore. The next tier up is iron. Iron requires iron ore and water. And then steel requires iron, carbon, and water. Basically, most of your crafting outside of the first two tiers, the makeshift tier and the copper tier, is going to require water. Eventually, a lot of it also requires spice. Research the surveying kit. Fabricate a survey probe launcher and a survey probe. We need 12, I think they said, ingots. Survey probe launcher requires a couple of ingots and an EMF generator. Probe, which requires a copper ingot as well. We'll drop off extra ingots. I guess maybe it was just 12 ore it required. Into the storage.
Did you get a probe made?
Did.
Good. Static discharge from the sandstorms makes map data extremely unreliable on Arrakis. But if you can get it high enough, a handheld probe can gather enough local data to give you a snapshot of the region. Climb somewhere high and fire off the probe. Just don't let the Sardaukar spot you.
The Sardaukar are around at night. Whoops. Hi. Oh, I'm sorry. Was that your head? It was their head. Is this your blood? You're not using it. I will, okay? Thank you. Very kind of you. Muchly appreciated. Have a great day. And you have to get to a high enough location to use the probe launcher. See if this is high enough. After I crouch down in the shade for a sec to lose my overheating. If I can find a place where I'm in the shade, which I'm not having any luck at doing. Damn it. The mechanic where you can't climb down by just backing off an elevated location strikes me as a really strange and not helpful implementation. Let's see. Reloading. I am high enough up in the air. The survey probe will stop up there, hang on a suspensor field, and start scanning. That's the scanning beam. Almost done.
Very good. I'm going to the Griffin's Reach trade post. Come and find me there. Just remember to be careful crossing the sands. Move from rocky ground to rocky ground. Learn how far you can move on sand before the worm comes. And remember, look both ways before you cross the desert.
Always look both ways before you cross the desert. My mom taught me that. Not really, she didn't. All right. All right, we're off to Griffin's Reach. Which is that there. Honey, I'm home. Can't help myself. More blood to deposit. I'm going to take a nice big drink. Or two. Ah, delicious. And that building there is Griffin's Reach. That's why I came north this far before building. Hold on. I have a phone call. It is undoubtedly a scam or fraud call, so I'm going to mute so you don't have to hear it. One second, please. Very long scam message. I've heard it a dozen times before. Apologies. So these people have built their houses very, very close indeed to Griffin's Reach. I'm not quite that much mental about getting close. A couple 100 yards is fine. There are, well, I found, I think, 5 trade posts so far across the pole of Haga Basin. I don't know. How many there
Alas,
actually are.
Offworlder, it seems my fame precedes me even here, at the arse end of the Haga Basin. Your Emperor's lackey, Count Fenring, has put an obscene
Thank you
bounty
for
on my
deleting
head.
the
And while I'm
spam that
flattered to
occurred
be his
in
great
my
boogeyman,
chat.
the added attention is making life complicated. Take a look around. There's a contract on the board that might interest you. But be careful. Civilized men are not to be trusted.
Pick up the first contract in scrap metal chain. Deliver required copper ore. So there's a bounty on our friend Xantara of 1,000,000 Solaris for his head. I don't know if we can even take that. He needs 40 copper ore. I have only 2 copper ore that I'm carrying. I need more copper ore. So, we'll track down a little copper ore as quick as we can. Oh, Shai Halud, there he is. Came out to say hi, he's waving at me. Well, we have some copper ore right there. Conveniently located. By convenient. I now have 45. Then we will buy the unique Hajra Literjon schematic. Because it doesn't hold a liter. Hold a liter and a half. Go back to the contract. Deliver the items. And we get 150 XP and 1,500 monies. That's not the guy. But that is the guy we want to talk to. Because he will eventually
Look at the
teach
way
you
you
the
stand.
trooper tree
No
if you
discipline, no
didn't start a
confidence.
trooper character. This is why I
I've killed
recommend
1,000 like
not
you on the
starting with
battlefield.
trooper, starting with any of the other 3 classes. Because it's very easy to open up the trooper tree by talking to him and doing a couple of hit jobs for him. I would definitely benefit from some of that hard-won experience.
Well, a little respect with some...
Very
But don't
little.
despair. Salvation is at hand.
I want to learn from you.
Then listen closely. During the Battle of Araki,
Pardon me if I'm skipping
I
through
was
this.
drugged and kept out of it for the sake of my honor. Who knows how the bat tracked them down?
I will track
Do
down
this
the
for
3
me.
people you want murdered, and I will murder them. As is tradition. This is the vendor,
Hey, stop.
Mir
I know the
Chark.
face of every
Mir
sand-sucking bandit, scavenger, and merc from here to Harko, and I don't recognize you. So perhaps you'll give us the courtesy of who you are? And while you're at it, why our airspace is crawling with Sadukar?
say
Not a talker, eh?
I'll nod.
Name's Mir. I do the
I'm here to
trading
trade.
and the talking.
The
My
Hajra
silent partner
leader
here
job.
does the fighting. And there's the contract board in the corner. If you...
I bought it. Uh-huh. Pick up contract scrap metal wrecking crew from the contract board. A Holtzman amplifier, and deliver that.
You're going to find, Offworlder, that Arrakis is a planet of unique opportunity. No former prisoner would ever have access to the military technology of the Great Houses. But with the war, chaos reigns. Ships crash and are shot down, sometimes spilling military-grade materials onto the sands. The Fremen know the ways of the desert and how to do a lot with very little. The Imperium, on the other hand, have infinite resources and the production capacity of countless worlds. Plunder them, Offworlder. There is a shipwreck near here. Slip inside and claim your share of the spoils.
So, we are headed to the wreck of the Alcyon, which is sort of like a dungeon. There's loot in there, specific quest loot, mobs, although there may not be mobs, because it's early in this server's existence. A lot of players will be going through there, so there'll only be mobs if they've respawned. So the first time I went there on day 1 of the head start, no mobs. I will also note that this can be a bad... Whoops! This can be a bad thing. As a couple of nights ago, I was running through Imperial Testing Station 10, and I commented, wow, no mobs. In Imperial Testing Station 2, there were lots of mobs, but no mobs in 10. That's interesting. And then a couple minutes later, all the mobs respawned at once. Well, that's a nice looking house right there, don't you think? Okay. My house in the middle of the street. Drop off our stuff. What else are we carrying? We want to keep the small... No, we don't need the small vehicle fuel cell yet. We will eventually. Let us go ahead and research the schematic. It is a unique schematic. Unique schematics can only be used once. Hence, unique. Now, you can get multiple copies of it. You can make another whatever it was making. In this case, it's the leader John, but I don't have the spice-infused copper needed to make it. A leader John is basically just a water bottle. You can research the regular leaders, leader Johns, which hold a leader, but this is a unique one. There's also a unique dagger. Are these baddies?
Who goes there?
They are.
Huh? Where's my reinforcement?
Need to reload.
God damn it. Damn it again. There we go. Screwed up. I'm gonna die, maybe. Not quite. I really screwed that up. I was hitting the wrong buttons. Don't do that. Oh, hey, dude. When I kill you, you stay dead, young man. Is that clear? It is so hard. These kids today make everything so hard. What's a leader, John? It's like a water bottle. And my name isn't John. Ba-dum-bum. Hey! All right, we've got a wrecked goodie there. Sorry, wrecked, not erect. I don't remember ever seeing, like, hostiles out here in this specific area. Previously. Go ahead, we'll heal ourselves all the way up, and really quickly... make a bunch more of those. And we did equip the passive suspensor belt. Basically, we can now fall off high areas, and the suspensor belt will kick in when we get towards the bottom and slow our fall so we don't take damage. You can see a vehicle over there with searchlights scanning around. That is a Sardaukar vehicle. They are around at night. You want to avoid them a lot, as they will drop a shield down around an area and drop, I'm not sure if they're actually dropping Sardaukar or they're dropping mercenaries down, and they will hunt you, and they're very bad news indeed. I strongly would suggest running. Also, a little helpful hint. If you don't have any reason to, put away whatever object you might be carrying, whether it's a gun or, the melter ray, because you're faster running when your hands are empty. Now, eventually you will get a schematic for a shield, a Holtzman shield. They're very, very good for combat. You always want to make sure it's off when you're crossing the sand, because it's a active dinner bell to Shai Hulud. Also, if you're in combat, it is at its best when you are in melee, because it protects you from any kind of projectile weapon. But if you're using it, using a projectile weapon yourself, the shield has to drop for you to shoot out, and it takes a second or so for it to come back on. So keep that in mind. If you're shooting at somebody, they can shoot back. Is that a baddie? It looks like a baddie. Knife out. I will note, we got another one. Where are they? Damn it. Where'd they go? Oh, they're there. I triumphantly suck your juice. Sounds a little bit wrong when I do it that way. All right, I think that's all of my liters. So, unusually, that's the first time I can ever remember having to fight my way into the ship. Now note, sometimes you can cut your way through sealed doors. So for instance, these chests, I believe, are instanced for each person. But most of the regular stuff just laying around on the floor, so to speak, is not. Getting various crafting parts, getting bits of money. There's the quest item we needed, the Holtzman amplifier. We can get
Mayday, mayday.
Some quest
This is Ensign
information
Meredith
about what
commanding
happened here?
Alcyon.
This is just
Lieutenant
lore
Lykos
stuff?
is down. The convoy is under sustained attack. They knew where we'd be. We've lost contact with the group leader, Kytheria.
My God! Look at them all! It's horizon to horizon jet flares out there!
Relay that chatter! We have sustained several direct hits, and we're losing Trim badly. We're going to try to set her down. Our emergency transponder is active. Godspeed, everyone.
Yeah, my blood bags are full. We have another cuttable door. And there are 2 or 3 mobs over there when the place doesn't have people killing them. A mess with a sword master. Fool. Foolish fool. Do want to be careful. There are places you can fall through to the level below. Mechanical parts, plasteel microflora fibers. And over here, we get the identification band that will allow us through that purple edged door, which previously was red because we were getting through, and always for when you come in here, there is that one use unique for an upgraded pokey dagger. Always want to use the good pokey daggers when you can. Alright, so we have finished out this little small instance. I am going to continue easterly because the quest to open up the trooper tree is in this direction. And rather than run the whole distance from Griffin Reach to here, we've got the first kill we need here. Second one I think is there, and the third one is there, something like that. I will also note that this quest I've had bug on me twice, where it tells you it hasn't finished even though you've killed all of the mobs. All you have to do is log out and back in, which will fix a lot of the sort of minor glitches. The universal solution of have you quit and restarted? Have you turned it off and back on again? This isn't the guy we need, but he's here, so... Oh! Boot to the head. I'll take the fuel cell. Don't really need all that much salvaged metal. He doesn't even have a chest of goodies? Oh, there it is. So all 3 of the targets for our assassinations are behind moisture-sealed membranes. And I believe the third one, there are actually 3 mobs in there, so you need to be careful. I think in each of the first 2, it's just a single mob. It's possible that those are dynamic and not always the same. I think they have been for me. Also be careful, some of these caves will have traps. You'll hear a little boom! And so you might want to hit Alt, which is a backward leap dodge to get out of the way. There There he is. He moved. That's the... Alright, I've killed the first one. You may have heard the little tweedling sound. But as I was headed in the direction away from it, I didn't bother to dodge or anything. I just sort of ran forward. That's the first one. The next one is there. We have a couple more unfriendlies. But my blood sacs are full, so I can't drain them of their wonderful life-giving juice. What? Now, the big advantage of grabbing the trooper tree when you can is one of the first skills that's available is an incredibly useful skill. It's a grappling hook. It's dual use. You can use it for grappling up obstacles, but also, I think this way. It is useful in combat in that it will, I can't remember, either yoink you towards the mob or yoink the mob towards you. Regardless, it'll stun them for a second or two, which can allow you to, well, do bad things to them while they're stunned. Here's the second of our 3 targets. Then he'll train us, and we get the grappling hook. It's a very nice implementation of the grappling hook. Now, if you note, I'm getting close to getting to the sort of the thirsty part of the water curve on the left, but I have a fair amount of water available to me in the catch pockets of my still suit. So I can drink a little right now, just because...
Incoming!
That's 2 of them. Pardon me. Got anything on him? Not much. Another of the traps. You see that little blue... Whoop, another. The little blue flash. That was the suspensor belt kicking in. Because I was falling a decent distance, and to prevent me from taking damage, it automatically kicked in. And the last one is there, and we'll have finished off the 3 necessary kills. And the trooper will train us in the trooper tree. That's going to be a pretty long run. Let's go. Let's hope Shai Hulud stays shy. We don't want him to show up and devour us. 300 meters to go. It's early morning, so the heat is, I think, a little bit slower. We are probably going to hit the unhappy red area before we can get to shade, but not by much. There's Shai Hulud making his appearance. We've crossed the sand. We're in the shade. There we go. I drank some more. I feel refreshed. I feel very refreshed. Alright. The third guy awaits us. There is no real fast travel. So this first map area, before you get your vehicle, it does feel slow. Because you have to run everywhere. The vehicle, the first speeder, sand trike, call it sand bike, makes you feel a lot more mobile. I am never careful about not using my Healy kits. Use them if you got them. That's it. That's the last one we needed. And I was right. There are 3 in this cave. And now we just head back to Griffin's Reach. But it is a long ways away. It is 2.5 kilometers. That's about 1.5 miles. A little bit more. And we'll be running the whole way. Oh, hi. Hello, friend. Are you my friend? Oh, I maybe not. Well, I'm taking your stuff. Your stuff is friendly. It's a little ghoulish to so obviously enjoy taking the life of a virtual non-existent NPC. But hey, you gotta take your smiles where you can get them. Because we're going to be running a long distance, always when you can. Grab a little shade. And because you don't want to become close friends with Shai Hulud, you will want to run from rock to rock. So you won't be able to go straight from place to place. Even when you get the sand bike trike. More so once you get the ornithopter, I would believe. But I don't have one of those on any of my characters. They're so alone. More fuel cells. Get through here? I hope. Nope, not really. Might be an exit on the other side, but unnecessary killing is so, well, unnecessary, you know? Somebody's house in the middle of the street. Old guy music reference. I also have a quest. I need to get more copper, so I will stop and grab any copper ore I see. Oh, look at that. Well timed by me to say that and then immediately come upon. About what, 40? Yeah, 40 each. Those are our heat load. Well, somebody's showing off with their house. Despite the fact that after, I don't know, 4 hours of play or something like that, they'll have to destroy it. Or abandon it. What I have done is, for the second house, is once you're ready to go and you've got your sand trike ready to go, I load the sand trike with all the materials. As I tear down the house, I leave only the claim unit behind. And nothing else. And I take everything with me, and I have already opened that chest once. I'm not sure if the respawn on that might be daily. You can open the same chest once a day. But I have opened chests in the same location multiple times. You can run into shipwrecks and testing stations multiple times. And there is, at some point, the chests inside do respawn, but I don't know what the granularity is on that. We are 1,500 meters away from Griffin's Reach. Unlock more new schematics. And that should be the copper we needed. Research the scavenger rags, Karpov 38, and Kinjal. So that's better sort of armor. That is a rifle which shoots faster than the Mala pistol we have. And the Kinjal is a better dagger than we have, but not as good a one as the unique recipe we got. So we won't be making that, at least not immediately. Shade over here. It's so hot. So hot now. Is our inventory looking pretty close to full? We're going to go ahead and drink the water out of our catch pockets. You may be thirsty enough to be able to drink from this, but I think I should have done that in reverse order. Yeah, I can hydrate all the way up to 1/3.
I see someone.
Yes, you do see someone.
Eyes on target.
Damn it. What the hell was that crap? The melee combat is janky, in my opinion. The ranged combat, much less so. It also is much less janky when you actually get your shoot. But the general agreement is that the melee combat is, let's go with underwhelming. don't know where they go, where they went. Maybe... Is that them? We have about 800 meters. No, 800 meters to my home. So about 1,000 meters for Griffin's Rest. Griffin's Reach. At least one of them was following me. And sometimes the NPCs will follow a long way to try and catch you. So we'll stop off at home. We'll drop off the blood. Excuse me. Pardon me. Pardon me. Excuse me. We'll grab some dew water. Below a third on the water meter on the left, and you come across any Shia-Lut. Come across any of the flowers, you always want to try and see if you're low enough that it'll let you drink. You don't want to miss an opportunity to top off as much as you can. Water is a bit of a, unsurprisingly, it's a bit of a trial early. There's less so as you get further in. Honey, I'm home. We'll dump off the blood. That's all of it, right? Yep. We'll enjoy a nice drink of reclaimed water. Let's see. Research the scavenger rags. The Karpov 38. And the Kinjo. Now, it says fabricate a full set. I already have pants, although these were damaged there. I got 2 of the pieces. But who wants to use somebody else's discarded clothing? Ew. Not I. I'm going to... Let's see. We'll put this one over here. This is for discarded stuff that I'm not using, but I can recycle later. So those 2 things can go in there. I am at home, so I can now research the unique knife. All right, fabricate a full set of scavenger rags. I've got enough stuff. 1, 2. Wait, nope. That's not what we want. That's the scavenger still suit, which I already had in the wrong place. Scavenger pants, boots. Yeah, got the 5-piece. 5 pieces for armor, 4 for still suits. Scavenger pants. I've got enough stuff. 1, 2, 4, and 5. We'll take a copper out. That here. The ore and such. So the ingots. That's the copper, or that's the spice infused stuff. Dropped in the fuel cells. You're going to need another one of these, and this will hold the non-basic stuff, so non-ore ingots. So that is servox, particle capacitors, microfluorofibers, fibers, and mechanical parts. Probably should also move in small vehicle cell. Vehicle fuel cell. Got two of them here. Nope. There we go. Got that over here as well. There we are. Everything as it should be. Yes. Almost. Alright, so we now have a full set of the scavenger armor, which means this stuff, the Mala stuff, can go in there. We don't need that anymore, and we no longer need the makeshift stuff either. I guess we need another one. I don't have enough salvaged metal. Really? Honestly, don't. I have been kind of skipping picking up the salvaged metal because generally it's only used really early on. See if I can find a little more. A couple of fuel cells. And you will spend a good amount of time running around collecting materials that maybe you just don't have enough of. More fuel cells. Grab those. Start a car. Got enough now for one more storage container at least. We'll finish up that bit. Make the Karpov 38. And make the Kinjal because we have to finish out the quest, but because we're also going to make a better stabby knife. And we want to keep the scavenger stuff as that's our new armor set. As an example, the headpiece has an armor value of 24 and blade mitigation of 8% versus 11 and 0. This one has heat protection. The armorish suit does not. You have anything in there? No. We fabricated Karpov 38. Ooh, nice pop. The old man's body makes all kinds of noises. most of which I choose not to share with stream. Now you'll note the Kindral has a 7.2 damage. The Kalas Drinker is 10.9. So that's why I'm going to use this. Also, it automatically drains some blood when you stab somebody.
I have crossed the Vermilius Gap, Off-Worlder, and I still haven't shaken my unwanted followers. I'm afraid I must delay our reunion until... well, I fear drastic measures might be required. But fear not, Off-Worlder. You've come this far alone. I'm impressed. You're a long way from that mewling mauler I dragged from the wreckage of the Proteus.
Mewling.
Listen, you'll need a vehicle to cross the sands to the Paranorth and reach the gap. But vehicles require components that aren't created here on Arrakis. Arrakis has a long history, Off-Worlder. More than you might imagine. Some things, like the Imperial testing stations, contain echoes of the past. But more importantly, they contain stockpiles of components you'll need. Just be careful. Those old ruins are a beacon for all kinds of scum.
Hey, that's not nice, to call people scum that you don't know. You should only call people you know scum. That's just common sense. Ish. Alright. Pardon me, did I did. There we go. Gotta rearrange. You gotta keep them rearranged. Before we do anything else, let's go ahead and make more med kits. Alright. We have no new recipes there. Interesting, it showed as if there was a new recipe. Research. We've got skill points. We should spend a few of those. But not too many. Optimized hydration. Hydrated stamina bonus. You have additional stamina when you're hydrated. That's good. Like that. That's a passive. Field medicine. Recover more health immediately when using heal kits. I like that one. We got up here. Inspiration. Inspire yourself and others. Increasing the damage of your melee attacks by 25%. Good. Stamina recovery rate increased by 10%. That is a technique. We have 4 points. Grab that. Blade damage, 3%. 3%? I want to keep some points because I'm about to unlock the trooper tree in a minute. We've got a lot of water. I'm going to make the leader John. I'll use almost all of my spice-infused copper dust. Not much of that. I'd rather hold on to some of that. Okay, so we're going to head to Griffin's Reach. I don't need the personal marker. Slowly getting all the drops currently, which is nice. Yeah, it's a couple of, I think, 3 architectural pieces. So you can have a slightly different look. I have some additional architectural pieces because I bought the Ultimate Edition. A lot of the other ones are available through in-game money, the Solares. So once we finish up at Imperial Testing Station number 2, at that point, we'll get access to be able to build our sand bike trike, and also we'll get the component you need to train up Planetologist, which is like a class, but not one of the starting classes. I will deliver the Holtzman amplifier. 2,500 Solar, or sorry, 2,000 Solars, 350 XP. He wants micro sandwich fabric and EMF generators. I'm not carrying those. This is the Planetologist. He wants something out of the Imperial Testing Station, as does this person. Step back over here.
Back again. Like the
Your vengeance is complete.
It's over then. Oh, they took me to a bar. Got by. Killing them. I'd swear you're a fully trained trooper pulling one over on me.
I'm not. All right. I have unlocked the trooper tree. And we immediately want the Sugarwire Claw. And Battle Hardened reduces the cooldowns on abilities by 20%. That's a technique. I am at level 10. Dun 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 dun! So next up is a number of quests in the Imperial Testing Station, which is right there. Stop off at my house to top off our water. And again, here you'll see the suspensor belt kick in. And so I take no damage from the fall. There are active suspensor belts that can basically allow you to jump upwards. I think we'll get the unique blueprint for the Emperor's wings inside the testing station, which is it is a more powerful belt, but it is one you have to control, so you have to manually activate. Otherwise, you will fall and take damage, which would hurt. Damage is painful. Want to point that out? We have 20. Let's go ahead and drink. And drink. And drink. I didn't need to drink all that much. The testing station, I forgot, does have a fair number of water containers that you can drink from. I want to check on something quick. I can't access the Liter John until I've spent 3 more intel. Well, I will spend 3 more intel then. It's locked until I journey across the gap. That also requires 3 more intel spent. Need to find a place where I can spend more intel. All the starty stuff, right? Locked. Locked. Oh, come on. Seriously? So there are no recipes open to me yet because I have to unlock additional quest stuff to unlock it so I could make the leader, John. That is not welcome. I am unenthused with that development. Makes me unhappy. But it is what it is, and it am what it am. So, Imperial Testing Station number 2. It will depend again, sort of. I've gone through it a couple of times in the past, and at least once, I don't know if there were like any mobs in there at all because other players have been going through. It's a shared instance, a shared space, not an instanced space. But they can respawn, and you'd rather not have that happen when you're in the middle of a place where there's a whole bunch of them. Just putting that out there. I now have my Karpov, which is a much better projectile weapon than the Mala pistol. Imperial Testing Station number 2. Another skill point. Alright, you'll note that Pentashield has the red triangle. I don't have the ID band, so I pick up the ID band and now it's green. Go in. Oh, that was an NPC. Dead dude. We definitely take extra darts. Completed. Enter Imperial Testing Station number 2. This is a voice.
Collins has been acting real strange since finding that corpse with the Telexu satchel. I don't trust him. Keep an eye out next time you're out on a salvage run. If he starts acting weird, dart him.
Because it's a testing station. Water, there's greenery, there's loot. Welcome!
Welcome to Desert Botanical Testing Station number 2. I am the station supervisor, Dr. Rommel Greer. The ultimate mission of these stations is to find or engineer botanical species capable of thriving in the extremely arid conditions of Arrakis.
You'll note a purple pentashield.
A true challenge.
That's actually the exit once you've gone through the whole
traveled
place.
through the barren rocks and sand above will agree.
It dumps you out there, which is a nice mechanic. You don't have to like retrace your steps. I'm sneaking. Another one. Juicy.
I thought I could trust Druce. But I know now that he's part of the plot, eh? I heard the worms out in the desert. We sprayed in last night, and the bastard is back. I did it. They're all a league against me. All of them. But get them first.
He's having a good time. We've almost already hit our full blood bags. You don't want to miss any chests. Lots of goodies.
Who are you leaving these messages for, eh? It's for the worms, isn't it? Yeah, the worms. Oh, yeah, your belly, it was full of worms, those big, red, ropey worms. But I let them out, didn't I?
Sounds like everyone was having fun here. It must have been a very, very fun workplace. Now we know who let the worms out. Who? It is a person. Was a person. No one has been in here for a while because all these mods are fresh and ready. I think that's all of them. I believe this is the last of them that I can train. Yeah, we're full. Places like this, just like a dungeon, you want to loot everything.
Don't sleep. That's when they come for you. Low on guards. Don't sleep. They're watching. Find a knife, or maybe a hammer. Either would be good, but both is better. Just don't sleep. Don't sleep. Don't sleep!
Alright, there's the poison snooper we needed for one of the quests. Respawn or something. Right, down we go. Here's another bandage. Yeah, looks like I caught a freshly respawned delicious batch of Imperial testing station with all the mods. Armor. Better defense.
Beneath the hill where the fox
I
runs
forgot to
lightly,
swap.
a dappled sun shines brightly.
Don't be
Where the
me.
fox runs lightly. You can't hide from me, little bird. Where are you? Beneath the hill in the fennel brake.
This will give me a lot better defense.
Find my love.
Passive
Cannot
defense.
wake. Go away. Go away. There's a little bird. Gotcha. Ah!
Now note, it can be easy to miss this over here on the side. There is a door. And one of the quest items, I think, is in there, which might be the vials of testing samples, something like that. The records, station records. The schematics unlocked, so yeah, all of the sandbike stuff has been unlocked. I gotta tell from my friend. Who went through the trouble to actually figure out how to send tells. I sent him a friend invite. Yeah, there he is. If you happen to be watching, Fish, hi! Welcome! There's also some stuff down here. I think the band is down here that you need to advance further. Yeah, the ID band. He's got a shield. Those were heavy attacks. The slow blade penetrates. And that's what you need to do to kill shielded enemies. I think that's the only shielded enemy in here. Yeah, it's giving you the information on shielded NPCs. Water.
Yeah. So then he comes in here saying, "Hey, boss, what's that weird smell? That weird smell?" Just like that he does, just like that, yeah? Yeah, and then he says, "What's wrong with the plants in here? They look sick. Maybe we should trim them back." That's what he said. He said that. Those exact words, that's what he said. He said, "Trim them back. Trim them back!" Oh, yeah. So you know what I did?
I have a purple ID
trimmed
band.
him back. Oh, yeah, I trimmed him back real good. Just
Now finished. Imperial testing station number 2. Might be a mob or two on the way out if they've respawned. But this is where we came in, and welcome.
Welcome to Desert Botanical Testing Station number 2.
Ah, there is one more sort of little Easter egg. There are the stairs up on either side, but there is a little chamber here that you can't get into until you have the purple ID band. More goodies. And my friends, you want all the goodies. Because as you level up, eventually you'll start running out of some of these stuff, and you'll have to go to locations where they're, I hesitate to say farmable, but farmable. For instance, yesterday I needed 30 mechanical parts. I think no, complex parts, something complex mechanical parts, something like that. Anyway, there was a location not far away. I had to go in, kill a few mobs, get the access band, get into the little area, do some kind of sort of very mini jumping puzzles to get the stuff I needed. Get out of Dodge. Alright, there is an NPC up above us we need to talk to open up the planetologist skill tree. I happen to know this because I happen to know this. Because I've done it, like, multiple times previously. Let's see, where's the way up? There it is, I think. An Imperial Planetologist who refers to Pardo Kynes, Liet Kynes' father. Okay. Further up, I think. That way, I think. Yep, there he is. Right there. Chinara's camp, and he will unlock Planetologist for us.
Watch your step, stranger. Those plants are hard to grow out here, and harder to replace. Now, you don't look like the scrap rats that swarm around the place, and you don't look like one of the crazies from the lab. So what brings you here?
I'm going to start the speech and take 20 seconds to grab myself another Coke.
Exploring the desert sounds like the kind of thing old Pardo Kynes used to do. His exploits here on Arrakis were legendary back on Kaitane.
Much to your regret. Who are you?
Derek Chinara, planetologist, botanist, and political exile, I'm afraid. I've been stuck out here for a while. I learned the hard way. Never say the wrong thing to someone from Kaitane.
As a peon, never trust a bureaucrat. Words to live by.
Cyprian Io. I loathe that name. Barely a planetologist at all. To think of the legacy of the Kynes in the hands of this fop makes me sick.
I would like to learn from you.
I would gladly teach you.
What do you need?
But, you look like some... That's easy. Somewhere,
I'll return
be
with the
careful.
manifest.
The people... I hadn't gone very far. It was unnerving.
I brought you the manifest.
I'm not timid by nature, but I didn't want any... You have? That's incredible.
Well, I'm pretty incredible.
Wonderful. Yes, of course. I haven't forgotten.
There we go.
There.
And now another skill tree is opened up. Planetologist. Cut array mining, an additional 10% yield, vehicle repair, less durability loss when you fix your speeders and presumably ornithopters. Dispenser pad. None of these especially valuable right now. The cutter ray mining's not bad. The dew gathering is worth once you get to the point where you will be gathering dew. Okay. Find the vials. I already found the vials, dude. So we are back to the trade post. I have the stuff I need to be able to turn in the quest or not? No, we didn't get any of those, so we'll have to stop off at the house first. All kinds of unlocks for finishing stuff out. Home. Home is where the heart is. Home is where you wear your hat. Old guy movie reference. We can unlock sandbike assembly. Give us enough now to unlock things like that. No, we're at what, 18 of 19? 18 of 19. Curfew. It's not fair. That's all. It's just not fair. We'll go ahead and... we need the objects. We need... Well, we'll just take a whole boatload because we need 3 of each, I think. But I think it's 3. Take them all. Unless I get eaten by Shy Halud, that won't be a problem. You hear that, Shy? Please? No eating lens. Thank you. He's not delicious. He looks like he should be juicy, plump. He's a dried out old stick underneath. Tough. It's just not tasty. Not worth the amount of energy it would take to digest him. I mean, unless you're going to do a braise. If you braised him, he'd probably come out okay. Okie dokie. That's somebody's trike right there. He parked it here because this is a safe place to park it in case of a sandstorm. Sandstorms are bad. If you die in a sandstorm, it's just like you died in a worm. Everything on you is lost. Scrap metal. Deliver items. 3. And 3. Deliver items. Poison sniffer. Bike building. This is a separate one. We'll need to make these things. Finish that quest out. This is the especially bad quest UI. I found the vials. I would have sworn I found the vials. What? I have to go back in? Shit! go back in. I would have sworn I found the vials. I would be swearing incorrectly, but I would have sworn it. That's one of the things they see that I've had it happen a couple of times where I had to go into a quest location and I came out without one of the quests completed. Because the quest tracking mechanic is such a piece of crap. Because again, it's not made for PCs, it's made for consoles. My single biggest complaint about the whole game, by far, is not the somewhat janky melee combat. It's the piece of crap, console-friendly UI. It's dreadful. So, the PC players like myself, and, well, you, if you're going to be playing now, are funding the game, but we don't get a UI designed for the PC. For instance, you're looking for a recipe. Good luck. No search function. You can sort by newest, alphabetical, and tier, but alphabetical may not be helpful because it may not be, the name of the item may not be the way you want. So if you were looking for blood sac, for instance, it's a small blood sac, and then there's medium and large. So if you're looking for blood sac, you're out of luck because there's no text search. Because you're just a lowly PC pleb. Not that I'm bothered, you understand. A lot, actually. Oh, I didn't change out of my gear. Let me change back into my gear. Alright. These are a whole boatload of crappity power packs. And a couple of passive suspensor belts. I wonder if I can sell... I'm going to try selling those. See if those sell the vendors for anything. If I can sell those, that's better than salvaging them at some future indeterminate point. Let's learn the schematic for the Emperor's Wings. So we're going to make ourselves a sand bike and then make some extra parts for a delivery. Alright, it's going to require... I don't think I'm going to have enough copper ingots. I think I'm going to have to track some down. 12, 24, 29, 38. Oh, I should have enough. Not by much, and I may need more copper to make the parts I need to make things to turn them in for the quest. But fortunately, I happen to know where there's some copper. Just hanging around waiting for lens. To harvest it deliciously. Wouldst thou live deliciously? Movie reference. While those things are cooking... Doesn't look like we have any granite conveniently located. I may need some of that because we're going to be moving our house pretty soon. As we're going to be moving on to the second area. Yeah. A lot of copper around, but not much in the way of granite. We'll need some more copper ingots. We'll go ahead and cook those up. Still making our bike bits and pieces. We're also going to need, once we get the bike bits and pieces, we also need the welding torch to put them together and welding wire for repairs. Welding torch. Wire. Research the small chemical refinery. That should finally give me the unlocks I need. Small chemical refinery, yay! That unlocked a whole bunch of previously locked blueprints. That is a small refinery. I need a couple more salvaged. That's the small chemical refinery. That needs more copper ingots. Those are cooking. Yeah, I just need 11 more, and they're cooking. So we come over here, we swap. Grab the wire and the welding torch. Well, another one of my complaints that's console UI is the tool belt in the lower right below me. Limiting us to 8 items, not even like 12, like a normal PC would have 12 because you've got 1 through 0 and then 2 extra keys next to the backspace. Just 8, and we're constantly having to juggle. It's a real pain in the schwanz. All right. We have the pieces. Let's put them together. Did I make 2 of something by mistake? Quite possible. I did. Not sure how I made 2 of those. Do I need one of those for the turn-in? No, I need an engine and treads. Oop. Unless I got one as a drop. No, it was 100%. Somehow I managed to make that. I didn't make the inventory one. I probably didn't click on it. Highlighting it isn't enough. You have to click on it to select it. So I need that. We've got enough, I think, to build the chemical. We do. Refine a small or medium-sized vehicle fuel cell. Fuel cell? What do we need? Fuel cells. And or water. Water for the medium, fuel cells For the large, we have fuel cells that we can actually pick up new extras, 15 out of. Here in, holding down the wrong button. There we are. In storage, we'll split off 15 of them. Pick those up. Go over here and convert those into 25, not 15. Why didn't you guys tell me I had that wrong? Split off 10 more. 25, like I said. Small fuel cell. Grab that. Grab that. What in the heck is in the 8th spot? Oh. Grab that. There we go. We now have an inventory kit on our bike. You can also put a seat there so you can carry a second person. We have the fuel supply, our fuel cell. Come back over here. More fuel. It is now fueled. That used, to fully fuel it, used about half of the fuel cell. Did I deposit that? I seem to have deposited that. I didn't have to make one. I had several. Never mind. Okay. Mistakes were made. What's important is that we admit our mistakes. Such as, maybe you should have gone to a different stream. I'm glad you didn't, but just saying. Is that coming? It's still cooking. Copper ore. Don't do that, lens. Lens? Don't do that. Did I not pick up the copper? I did. Why did it go there? I don't know. Those are the things we're going to try to sell if they're sellable. This is my bike. There are many like it, but this one is mine. What else can we research? Let's see. We can research the leader Johns. We have 22 intel. Water cistern. We're opening up also, or opening up the ability to learn our first of the iron tier of items. We don't need an improved Mala pistol, thank you. The Solido replicator we want. That allows us to copy our house, just the architectural elements, not the items inside. And basically then drop a projection in an area in the next map and just click to fill it in with the materials we have. Recycler. It's Cutter Ray Mark 1, which I think we need to cut through iron. Line iron. I think. Maybe not. Yeah, it is required for iron, I think. Over here, we've got the passive dispenser belt. We've already got one of those. Thank you. Over here, we can get the sand bike seat and the vehicle backup tool. We want the vehicle backup tool right now. Vehicle backup tool is ridiculously useful, as you will see as soon as I make it. That was fast. This is how you use that. You point it at your vehicle, and congratulations, your vehicle's now in your inventory. That is their workaround for, you know, having your mount vanish. basically holo suck it into this device and then holo place it back. All right, we finished up cooking out all of our copper ingots. We're going to see if we can sell... oh, that's right. We also need a Sandbike engine Mark 1 and 2 treads. Sandbike engine Mark 1 and 2 treads. As far as quests go, we also want to fabricate the Solido replicator. Scrap metal, that's the engine parts we need. That's the vial retrieval. That one we want to track. Such a pain in the ass. I'm going to say, I can't tell you, but I can tell you it's such a pain in the ass. Come on. I have enough space. Yeah, I do, barely. Your inventory has both limited in the number of slots it has. It has at most 35. Quest items don't count. And volume. So you can have 35 stacks of things with a total volume of 175. All right, so we come out here.
That's it, Offworlder. You're ready. I'm waiting at Mirzabar. That's the great rock formation that looks like a giant hammer. Be careful. Vehicles are fast, but nothing can outrun Shai Halud. You can only hope to get between safe areas more quickly. I'll see you soon.
All right, we're gonna head up there. We're gonna make a delivery. We're gonna see if we can sell those used items. Some additional cash rather than salvaging them. If I had to guess, I'd say probably not. Worth trying, sure. As you can see, a vehicle makes things much better. Way. Cash in the quest for the engine and 2 treads. Contract to talk to Maxim Kazimir, Anton Tolliver. We need to talk to Mir, who is here. As he needs me to deliver something. I think this is Mir.
You keep coming back like this.
I'm
I'll
supposed to
have
take a
stop
package
calling
to the
you
anvil.
stranger. Indeed.
Alright, we have the package. No, nope, not him. Or trade. We need to talk to Mir again to trade.
You
I'm
keep
here to
coming
trade.
back like this. I'll
Can
have
I
to
sell-
stop calling you stranger.
I can
stranger.
sell the junk units, but not for much. 9 Solari. Ooh, 34 for the passive suspensor belt. That's... Oh, also, we have blood in our blood packs we need to take care of. That everything? No, we have 2 more of the power pack Mark 1s.
You keep coming back like this, I'll have to stop calling you stranger. Stranger?
There we are. We will head back home, drop off the blood. We want to drop off the blood. I think we're going to have to travel with the blood, unfortunately. What we do need to do is we need to find the vials that we missed. Everything. So that was what? 3 hours. Granted, I've done it before to get to the point where I got the bike. A little bit less than 3 hours. And basically, if I had been paying closer attention, or if the quest UI didn't suck, I would be ready to make the move. House. UI is just awful. For PC UI, it's terrible. No search by text. The easiest, simplest thing that they could do that would be a huge increase would be a lock button on items in your inventory so you can't sell them or accidentally destroy them or anything. Stop shooting at me, you jerks! What the hell? I hate it when people do that. We're going to swap into our combat gear again. Yeah, it's underneath. Shot at me. Pissed me off. The entry is over there. I think the vials are actually inside, and I somehow managed to miss them. That's the second time that's happened. Note, if you do choose to follow my example and carry around both an armor set and a still suit set, you can drink from any water that's in your still suit with it in your inventory. Going back in. Ain't this grand? UI sucks. Oh. The dead bodies have regenerated their freebies. That's something. how far do we have to go? Should be in that direction. Where the hell are they? Make sure that I actually have to be in here and that they don't, like, drop off at something. The case and vials were taken in the vicinity of the old testing station. Yeah, enter. Okay, find the vials. Yeah. I feel safe in saying the mobs have all respawned. Which is an enormous pain in my dick.
Welcome to Desert Botanical Testing Station number 2. I am the station supervisor, Dr. Rummel.
And I could get lucky.
The ultimate mission of these stations is to find or engineer botanical species capable of thriving in the a new challenge, as I'm sure anyone who has traveled through the barren
Shit.
I'm pleased to report complete success, both with the installation and function. The thriving vegetation you will find within these halls is a testament to the success of this technology.
I'm still, my blood packs are still full, so. So incredibly annoying and unnecessary. All they had to do was give us a UI that doesn't suck on PC. I really enjoy the game. I want to be clear about that. Try it again, girlfriend. Oh, another one? No. On the positive side, hey, we get to loot everything again. Drink deep. Not really all that much of a positive. I don't see anyone in here this time. I doubt that's the case. Maybe. So we can see that the respawn is pretty fast on. And it'll let you get quest bits for quests you've already finished, which is inelegant, shall we say? Hopefully we can throw those away. I know we can't turn them in a second time. Where's the pity? There is another player in here. killing and such, which I'm fine with. More than fine with. I'm enthused about. What's up? We'll go ahead and apply. Water. Grab more loot. Thing close fast. Hello. The vials are 76 meters away. They are in here, and I thought I looked around for them. I did. I just didn't find them. I did look around. I just didn't see it. Lens makes unamused noises. Not too terrible, but, you know, 10 minutes of unnecessary. Alright, back out we go. Welcome.
Welcome to Desert Botanical Testing Station number 2.
Thank you. Dr. Romel Greer. And hey, because we got the wristband, we can go in here too. Don't think I will bother to sell all the damaged goodies we get out of here. Probably just drop them on the ground. As once we turn in this stuff, we will be moving on to the second area, which includes a pretty scary ride across the open sand for quite a ways, carrying every single thing we own, hoping to not die. That would be bad. Make me unhappy. Where do we have to deliver these things to? Back at the station, I think. Well then, we'll just have to pull out our magic vehicle storage device. Woo! And then we'll use our Solido. I don't think I made the Solido capture. All right, we've got your vials. Zone change. Here's your mysterious files. 3,000 Solaris, 700 XP, and a makeshift clothing set variant. Must be a cosmetic. There are no contracts available. So the only contract we've got left is drive north to the Vermilius Gap, research the advanced construction kit, construct or interact with an advanced sub-fief console, basically. An advanced version of the fief we already have. Which can be made bigger, rather expensively, later on. Thought we will go home. Prepare to move and hope that we don't get screwed. I will note this. I'm not sure I even did it here. I forgot to do it here, so I will do this. There's a thing you should do as soon as you conceivably can in your houses, especially the second one. If you die, you want to have your respawn, or one of the respawn points set available being your house, which I think makes sense. Now, and where did I leave my device? Was it just out here? Where is my sub-fief device? I put it up there? Is it inside? I don't remember where I put it. Use for managing your house. Whoops, sorry. Just coming through. Don't mind me. Did I put it in here? Must have. No. Okay, where is it? Oh, he followed. You little snide. There it is. There it is. Hit manage. You want to make sure you click the little set as a respawn location button. You really, really do. Okay, so we're going to drop the junk first. That one. Keep doing that. I think we... Oh, we want the advanced Servox for sure as well. There we go. The Servox and capacitors are in there. The rest of this... Is that not attached? Booster. Were those rewards? Not sure. The Emperor's Wings. Ah, there we go. Sim's Cutter was a reward or a piece of loot. It's better than the Cutter Ray Mark 1 in that it does allow us to cut iron. We don't need that anymore. We can go ahead and swap back in to our sand, our still suit. There. Oh, there we are. That's the poison snooper, which we no longer need. These are all unnecessary, unwanted junk material. we could sell for like a grand total of like 50 Solaris. So yeah, screw that. Power pack. Backseat module. I'll make one if I need one. We had 2 of them. Sandbike tread. And we don't need the improvised cutter ray anymore. Just make sure, double check, roll over. All of that is already damaged. Most of it is looted. That's the only thing that isn't looted, but it's also damaged, therefore we don't need it any longer. Oh, we do want to learn the recipe for the Emperor's wings. The Emperor has wings! And now we're going to start... Solido. Need the Solido replicator. Used to copy and reproduce the layout of a base. Now, because we're built on uneven terrain, I may have to drop some foundation underneath in the new location. We will move this to... Yep, that spot is fine. Can go there. The Solido is in the 7 spot, right? Yep. We have copied the building. That's it. We'll move it back out for now, so we don't accidentally do something. All right, so now we are going to start disassembling this whole place and everything in it. So what we're going to do is we're going to start picking up materials. We're going to want to drop our bike down here. I really, honestly hope to God that we don't get a sandstorm while I'm trying to move. That would make me unhappy. Now, we only have 10 slots in the vehicle storage, but 250 volume. All right. We'll make sure everything is empty first. Empty. 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 This is not empty. Leader Johns.
Hello.
I heard a voice. One second, please. Was that you using in-game voice?
No, I drug you back into the general channel. We didn't do anything, so I dropped you back into AFK.
You are on stream. Is that okay with you?
Yeah, that's fine.
Okay. Ladies and gentlemen, this is my friend Senator.
Oh, thank you. I can't figure out where the blood purifier is in the build menu.
Have you unlocked it from the research?
Yes, I researched it.
It should be under refineries. So if you open the build menu, it has a Q and E to open additional tabs across.
Yeah. I have favorite structural walls.
You have
wedge walls, roofs.
Yeah. You have managed to accidentally change the set. Hit R and it will open up the sets. That has a Z through C menu. Terrible menus.
Okay.
You need to move that across all the way to the left to get back to the default menu. The rest is alternate tile sets for making cool looking stuff.
Thank you. Because the only other like the storage stuff and the generator ended up there because like they happened to show up in my favorites. So I kind of cheated through those. And I'm like, okay, now I can. Okay, excellent. Thank you, sir.
Ah, sure.
I was going crazy.
Well, yes. Is that a surprise to you? We've known for a long time.
Par for the course.
How are you enjoying so far?
I'm very much liking it.
I am about to pick up all of my stuff and drive my speeder bike across a large expanse of sand and hope to not get eaten so that I can drop my house back down in the second area.
Nice. Did you end up going with Harkonnen, or I guess it doesn't really matter, does it? Because that's just your race.
It will probably matter by the time we get there. But it's in no hurry right now, for sure. I'll drink water. I will use, and now that we have 2 liter johns, we will extract the water into the liter johns so that I don't lose the water, because water is important. Put the other one back out there. So that's now empty. We need to nab the fuel cells out of here.
Ooh, going into a dream state.
Sorry, what was that?
Apparently going into a dream state.
Oh, you're tripping balls. Nice. Who amongst us doesn't enjoy tripping balls? Also, when you're in the build, using the building tool, on the right, there are actually a menu on the right that you can move through with the right click for build, piece picker, which copies a piece, move items, repair, and demolish.
Yeah, that one I did figure out earlier.
It's not obvious. Actually, let's keep power in place is the last thing we remove before we yoink. In case we get a last minute storm.
I made a silly mistake and built my structure on the north side of the mountain. So if you ever want constant sun exposure, that's a good area to build it.
There you go. Well, eventually you'll have, well, maybe in your second half. It's a lesson learned. Let me put a few fuel cells in. We want to keep this fueled until we're completely ready to go.
Sight has revealed the path. So with the water purifier,
that's where you put the blood that you will take from mobs.
Right. But so from that though, can I extract water into like a certain kind of bag? Do I need to build that?
You will get recipes for liter johns that you can extract the water to. You can also drink directly from it.
I did do the locked research path, which has been very helpful to keep me from doing things I shouldn't. But it also leaves you like, this is, you have no option but to do the next thing.
Yes. So it is a little constricting, but probably worth.
Yep, I think especially for the first time playing through it.
Exactly. Demolish. That'll leave the junk behind.
Also, too, with the generator, when it says it have 9 days, is that in-game days or out-of-game days?
I think real-time days.
Okay, that's handy.
You don't burn through the fuel cells very fast.
No, it would seem not.
So,
also, too, it seems that when you put stuff in storage, you still pull from that from your inventory to...
Yes, you do.
And then can you scrap things that you find? Like I've got sandbike tread.
Eventually, you will get a recycler.
Okay. So I can hold on to those for now. And...
Mm-hmm. I am furiously deconstructing my house. I think that's everything. I saw this yesterday as well. If you use the walls that have windows, that leaves the visual of the window behind it, but I think it's just for you. No, it went away once I deselected. Okay, good. I am overweight. Oh, player.
How come some of the materials have like a little bar on the left-hand side?
I would have to. A little bar on the left-hand side. I'm not sure.
Oh, maybe that's the volume. Okay, I think it's the volume measurement. Because like my granite has got like a big long red bar, but then like the micro sandwich fibers has like a little short blue bar, and right next to that it says the volume of the object.
Okay. We've got 10 out of 10 objects, 194 out of 250 mass. And we can, I believe we can get on our dress up, get on our bike and ride like the wind. We're carrying everything we own. Shai-Hulud, please. Alright, we want to spot, there it is, the hammer. To the east of that is the anvil, which is the trade station in the north that we kind of want to aim for. Whoops, we've got Sardaukar. That is kind of where we want to go.
Oh, that's because that's what the instance or dungeon or whatever it was just.
And here I go. That's not reassuring. The orange worm sign is making me unhappy. I'm at 70 kilometers an hour. That's about 42. Whoops. Where is he? There he is. That's Shai-Hulud over there. I've reached the eastern Vermilius Gap. And I've reached the rock. Almost. There we are. I'm not sure if he actually eats you while you're crossing, but if not, I'm going to head over in the general vicinity of the trade post, if possible, building relatively close to the trade post. It's kind of desirable because there's quests there, and also transit in the way of you can rent an ornithopter to fly you to location, air taxi to other trade posts in the map, and also to the NPC towns. Well, not NPC towns, the faction towns of Arakeen and Harko Village. And you can definitely go to both while you're unaligned. I think, occasionally, that you can go to both even if you're aligned. This is a PvP area? That's not good.
So did you start a new character then today? Is that...
Yes, I did. He's interested in me again. There we go. Safe area. I wanted to do it for the general release, and in case any of my friends came in later. Whoa, big sand wave. Oh, and I'm being shot at. In case any of my friends say you were going to be joining us in game. Start on the new, not entirely packed with people servers.
Nice. Yeah, I was able to get into the server that you played about. And the if you wanted to call it a crash, because I've been playing too much Baldur's Gate, but what do they call it? The Seraph?
The Siege?
Siege, thank you.
Alright, there is the trade post, and I'll build relatively close to it. A couple of houses right by each other. I didn't think you could build that close together. Let's get the Solido back into our inventory. Oh, I have to place it first, right? We have to research the advanced construction kit. It is researched. That's the sub-thief. Instructor interact with advanced sub-thief. Where's the advanced sub-thief? Not enough materials. We'll need those.
Exploring my base. It is not you.
That's the regular sub-thief. Where is it? The advanced sub-thief. Get this out of our way by eating it, so to speak. The Solido. All pieces must be placed on my land. It's blocked by me. Foundation beneath the terrain's surface. I have now placed it. You might go, where is it? Well, where did I put my motorcycle? Where's my motorcycle? No, we need that, and Let's deposit the fuel cells. Give us a little more space for stuff. We've got granite. And now we just press and hold the button. A bunch. That's all I gotta do. And the entire house is now being replicated. Identical to the one I had previously. May have more foundation than I need, but hey. I'm in a sea of green. I had way more foundation than I thought I did. As we finally reached our floor. Yay, we have a floor. We will make some changes where necessary. Not enough material. How can I not have enough material? Oh, I know I can have not enough material. I really don't have enough material. Why do I... Oh, extra foundation, I guess? Alright, we need... more material. Extra foundation. Because of the way we set it up. And it wanted me to fill in the blanks with extra foundation, so that took up extra granite.
Inhale the spice.
Sorry, what was that?
Inhale the spice.
Ah, the first trial.
Yep.
Prepare to be tripping balls. I think I have enough to finish this up. Not much else. Not much left after that. It's fine. Barely. I don't have any of the power cells like that. Granted, it's a lot of work to get into the house, but it does keep the pesky neighbors away. There we go. Our house is shielded and everything. Let's, yep. That's better. Not what I wanted to do. There we go. We can now put our bike away. And we can now start rebuilding all of our equipment. Things we can look at. I'm going to see if I can't make a lower floor, sort of dig down into the foundation, and maybe a garage. Be nice, you know. But we're going to need storage, and no shortage of it. Before I forget, because I will, I haven't yet managed to forget this, but sooner or later I will forget it. Manage it. Set as a respawn location. Yay! And now the quest requires you to open the map and abandon your base back in Haga Basin South. Well, I'll do that. That's the home base. And that's taken care of. And 25 new schematics just opened because we finished the move to the north, essentially. In here, we want those materials, those materials. Here we want more complicated building materials. Pardon me. Mechanical parts. Not the leader, John. There we go. All right, now we need to rebuild the rest of our equipment stuff, which is the main fabricator, the blood purifier, let's see there, and then I think Leader John's eventually to the left of it. Yep. The small ore refinery, which is only usable really for small ores. Big ores, no. Enormous ores, definitely not. And the small chemical refinery. And that is our house, more or less duplicated from before. And there was some rejoicing. So, extra gear we'll put here. Normally, I do like to keep... What's the other leader, John? Didn't it go back into the... It did. Stupid. And the vehicle backup tool is where we want it. The Slido vanishes when you place the copy. So it's a one-use item. However, if you have a very cool home and your friend goes, dude, can I make a home just like that? You can make a copy and give it or sell it to them. They drop the copy, fill in the blanks. Boom. They've got the cool design. Which I think is pretty awesome. Gotta say. How many? Okay, we do have 20. All right, I think everything is what... Ooh, I have 22,000 Solaris. I can take a trip to one of the cities, major bases, the Arakeen or Harco City. That costs 2,500 to fly there using the Ornithopter pilot. We have full. I had forgotten. We have full blood. Might as well get depositing. Oh, I deposited water. Didn't really want to do that. Want to deposit blood. There we go. I have 2.5. I have the 2-liter Johns, so I have about half a liter of water that I'm carrying around with me as well. And whatever's in my, you can see my still suit has almost a full load. I'm going to go ahead and drink a little bit of that. Doesn't taste like pee or poop at all. Damn it. I made a mistake.
What class did you go with this time?
This one is the Sword Master.
Nice.
The flying knee jump. Second trial somewhere down here. But I have a mission to carry something to... you can see I'm not very far at all away from the other second trade station. Speak to Casimir. And we have to speak to the representatives of both the Harkonnens and the Atreides. And I also have to deliver something to the Harkonnen. Stop shooting at me, you jerks. Seriously. And here we are.
No, not lost, sir. She's dead.
Oh, tragic. Truly tragic. But they say the desert kills the weak.
My God, man, she was one of yours. Cousin, even.
I am in deep mourning, sir. Rumors of disloyalty buzzed around her like blowflies, but now, who's to say? Certainly not her.
My one pleasure in this hell is knowing that you're trapped here with me.
A momentary setback, I assure you.
Even your Harkonnen masters find you insufferable, Maxim. You're down here forever.
Tell me, dear Anton, what's it like being the handkerchief your superiors use to wipe the gore off shining Atreides' honor?
Let's settle this.
Gladly.
By the laws of Canway.
By the laws of Canley. By the laws of Canley.
Friends for life are made on Arrakis. Talk with him.
Do you aspire to contribute to something bigger than yourself?
Who are you?
I am Anton Tolliver. I serve proudly as a soldier for
Says
House
here you're
Atreides.
looking for recruits.
However, that we are. If you're interested, I'm just the man to talk to.
Yeah, we'll see. I'll talk with my friends. We'll see what they want to do. Did I not drop off my Solaris? I did not. I didn't drop off a bunch of my Solaris. Because if you die, get eaten by the worm, say, or a sandstorm, you don't get any of the things you're carrying back. And if you die elsewhere, you may have to fight your way back to your body to get a lot of the stuff. Maxime?
Well, you look more...
And you are? Because you're looking for recruits. That's 2. Each gave me some Solari, some XP.
Nice to see you again.
Are nodes like... Are they kind of one node for everybody, or does everybody get their own node?
I believe the nodes are individual, so if I mine it, you can't, but they do respawn relatively quickly, like 10 minutes? Maybe faster? I'm not sure what the respawn is on, but it's quite fast.
I think in the early game stuff was respawning pretty quick that I was picking up myself.
Here's the package from Mir. 3,000 Solaris, 350 XP. But this is... These are new quests. Alright, the second trial of Akil is one thing we have to do. We'll have to join a house. You can, later, if you want to, change. You can betray. Travel to a trade post, talk to the Ornithopter, and reach a settlement. Might as well. It's going to give us XP, and I think we get some cash for finishing that. At first blush, which faction are you more interested in joining initially, by the way? Senator, you can betray later.
What do you mean, what faction?
Atreides or Harkonnen.
So that comes later in the game?
The actual decision will, yes.
Oh, okay.
But there's a quest pretty early on to travel to one of the capitals, and it'd simply be a little bit quicker if I went to the capital that we're eventually going to join.
I'm good with either since I'm not familiar with it. So I mean, you know, at some point I'll do both. So if you want to keep with Harkonnen, or if you want to try Atreides for this time, or
I've got one of each already. Arrakis, Atreides.
Okay. Sounds good.
So I'll just travel. I'm not making any declaration or anything. I'm just choosing to travel for the quest. You have to go to one of the two. So I'm going to go to Arrakeen.
Okay, so Arrakeen for Atreides.
You look a little lost, friend. You got somewhere music to my ears. Atreides and their war levies. Look, I can get you. All right.
So when I get there, I need to remember that.
It costs 2,500 Solaris. You'll want to take more money with you and deposit it in the bank. Money in the bank can be used to pay for most things, but not everything. So you won't want to put all of your money in the bank, but you'll want to put, a good chunk.
As opposed to keeping it on my purse.
Yeah.
Shit, I should have left it in my inventory. That was stupid. I mean, in my storage unit.
I mean, it won't be a problem if you don't die and get eaten. You don't get eaten by the worm. Or a sandstorm. If a sandstorm comes up, you're going to have a couple of minutes to get into cover. Either that's like a house, but there are a lot of places where in the left-hand side, the display sort of over your water display, you will see sheltered when you're in a sheltered place. And you go from unsheltered to sheltered. So you can just park there. The storm will pass. You can see the storm's movement as it gets close on the map. Also,
Sorry, I was in battle. I missed a lot of that.
Sorry, what?
I was in battle. I missed a lot of that.
Oh. When a storm rolls up, you'll have a couple of minutes to get into a sheltered location. Locations will be labeled as sheltered in the lower left above your water gauge, I think. It'll show unsheltered or sheltered. If you're in a sheltered space, you'll just have to stand there for a couple of minutes. Also sheltered is anywhere in the lee of the storm. So if there's a big rock outcropping and you get on the opposite side of where the storm is coming from, that will be sheltered. You can see the storm on the map in any map area you have uncovered as it goes by. It takes about 2 minutes to blow by, maybe that. Maybe less.
Cool, thank you.
But storms are like worms. You die there, you lose everything you're carrying. Don't do that.
The ground is on fire here.
Eventually, when you get the larger fief, sub-fief for your second house, at that point you will have to start paying, I think, weekly taxes to the Empire.
Keep your distance. We can converse at arm's length. What do you want?
My taxes are 1,655. 5 days, 18 hours, and 7 minutes is the amount of time I have to pay it. I'm going to pay it now.
I did get downed by an enemy, but I was able to res myself.
Sorry, what was that?
I said I did get downed by an enemy, but I was able to res myself.
Yep. That won't always happen. They will kill you if you get downed again,
Yeah,
say, or
he
if they
was
have
still
time.
beating on me, but yeah.
So exit, that's where we came in. It's Imperial Consulate.
Notice the parry system on here could use a bit of work.
Yep, the melee combat's a little janky.
Yeah.
When you
Either that or my mouse is going bad, I don't know which.
When you do it right and it sort of clicks, you go, oh, okay, that's not too bad. And then you'll try to do the exact same thing next time and it just won't feel like it works at all.
Yeah, it's like it doesn't always respond very well.
There's the bank.
Welcome. Would you like to deposit or withdraw Solaris? How much Solaris would you like to deposit?
Thank you for... Shit! Sorry.
Quite all
right. I forgot control makes you jump off the wall.
Yes, it does.
So I went to talk to you and I jumped off the wall into the fire.
Ow. Yeah, that's another one of the issues that are janky. Really, it would be nice if you backed off of a ledge, you started climbing down instead of falling down and had to catch yourself.
Yeah, that's something they could work into. Really? All this whole neat looking secret area and it's just got bandages in it?
It'll be interesting to see what happens with the auction house equivalent, the exchange. As it already seems like it's more live than the ones on the servers I've been on for days.
You can crawl across the ceiling. That's kind of neat.
Sorry, what was neat? Crawling. He's probably fighting again.
Across the ceiling. Sorry, I was crawling again.
Yeah, I had it happen where it was. I had to remember to hit control to fall off because I wasn't trying to do that. Well, even though the server's been up only a limited time, somebody's got 20 spice sand up for 1,000 Solari each.
Is that a lot?
Not really, but I don't know what the value of it is. Nobody has a corpse up for sale yet, though. And there's you can get you'll eventually get unlock the blueprint for the death still, where you get a lot more water out of a corpse than you do from draining a body.
Why would you sell a corpse?
Because you can get a lot of water out of it.
Just for the water?
Yep. Need to research the Cutaway Mark 1. For a journey. Recycler. I'll want that eventually. We'll need the Power Pack Mark 2 eventually. Make the Cutter Ray Mark 2. We don't have any iron yet. Repair station. The bigger chest takes a bunch of iron, which is really depressing. Handheld resource scanner. Won't need that for a bit. Second tier of vehicle. We don't need immediately.
Well, some bitch got some vertical.
What, somebody jumping or falling?
Yeah, some dude just like sailed way over me.
Player?
Nope, NPC.
Oh, okay. Because there are methods for that for players as well. We definitely want to unlock the water cistern. And we will be needing to make a Kirab still suit. So it's time for us to go back and start harvesting up some iron, because we're going to need iron.
Hey there. What do you need?
I'd like to trade. This has got to be the speeder vendor, so they sell speeder parts. If you didn't want to make them yourself, you can buy them. Also crafting bits. That's one of the places I wonder about things like the crafting parts that you can buy. If you're looting them, you'd need to sell them for less than the amount people can just buy them from vendors. But how much lower will people go? Will there be people who will have so much mechanical parts that they're selling mechanical parts for half the price that a vendor does, and then somebody undercuts them? Now it's 40%. How low will those prices go? And especially given the fact that the servers are not huge. A server, I think, it can have up to 25 sieges, and a siege can have 60 players. That's 1,500 players. So can you get a healthy market with only that many players? I don't know. Those are the two things we needed to get done in town.
You got somewhere you need music to my ears. Where do you want to go?
Back
The
to
basin
Haga
is a
Basin.
pretty big place.
Back to
Could you narrow it down a little?
the
I
end.
never miss the... Let's move.
Return trip is free. Because they don't want you getting stuck there. Pay $2,500. It's $2,500 to get back, and you've only got $1,000. What do you do? And we will start harvesting up some iron. Taking a while. Doesn't normally take that long to make the transit from the social space. Social spaces are server-wide. The map for Haga Basin is Siege-based.
Nice to see you again.
What if I wanted to join your house?
Brazen and eager. I can work with that. You see, my last... The
Pardon me
Atreides
if I'm just gonna
agent.
skip through.
Speak without...
We accepted his contract. We also need to accept the same
across
contract
the
from
middle
him.
of
I'm pleased to see you again. My house, see, trust is not one of our undercover agents. Find the agent.
Basically, they both want me to find the same thing. I find it, I choose which one to give it to, and that starts the process of choosing a house. Got a little bit of water in our leader, John. Empty blood sacks. Lots of ammo. And it's just a short run. My house, because, you know, why not run instead of going through all the trouble of busting out the speeder and whatnot? I have a nice leisurely jog. Ooh. Or we can get ready to do a little bit of killing. I'm going to go ahead and swap just to be on the safe side. Mobs are significantly tougher in the second area. Got him. No, the flying knee thing was one-shotting mobs in the other area. Just, you know, I wanted to be sure. I wanted to say hi to my neighbor. Had to, you know. We're gonna need, that is the recycler. But we're gonna need water cisterns to hold additional water. And now you see here the water capacity of this is full, but we have a circuit. And so water can flow interactively, as it were, to each. So this is starting to fill up. So even though this one is filled, now the cistern is filling up. So it's not complicated like something like Factorio or Satisfactory, as far as, you know, this goes into this, goes into this, those split out, those go into different things, that kind of stuff. It's pretty straightforward. But you can see this one's already slowly filling up. Let's see, we've got some parts we can drop off. Salvaged metal, microsandwich fibers. I don't think we actually wanted to drop that off. No, we did not. But we do want to drop off the gun parts. Gun and blade parts will go in here. As long as I remember, I would like to, I think, move that one. There we go. Anything else interesting opened up? Let's see. The Kirab steel suit, that's gonna, still suit, that's gonna require iron.
Okay, that was not a good idea.
What'd you do?
Well, I mean, 6-1 up is another. I drank some blood because I was about to die of thirst.
That's worth it. It does temporarily lower your maximum health.
Yep, I didn't realize that till after. It's a good thing I stopped at 1 drink.
Decided not to go chug-a-lugging, huh? Probably wise.
Vampire. Nosferatu.
Got more baddies up
Nice
here.
shade.
What the shit? Shielded NPCs suck, and there are a lot of them
Throw
out
down
here.
a beacon and let myself die.
It's okay, I almost died just that right then too. The knee shot wasn't enough as he shielded up. And I'm even in my... Oh, there he comes. He's still shielded. Jerk. Loot him, and then we'll go after his friend. First thing I need to make when I get the iron is the Holtzman generator. That would be good. Especially because I'm a blade master. You know, blades. Get out of the sun here, cool off a little bit. And we're gonna go looking for more iron. There we go. Granite and iron. My first iron node. Yay! Granite, because I'm going to want to do some construction work, let's say, on the house. And having some granite around, remove one more. It does look like the Coriolis storm rearranged the nodes and stuff, so that was accurate. Wasn't completely clear. I thought they had said that was mid-X. So the Coriolis storm is what completely resets the deep desert and completely resets the entire cartography, changes everything about it. Geology, what kind of nodes there may be there, what kind of various and sundry crashes, spaceship crashes, or testing stations may be scattered around. Those are being bespoke generated every week. But also the nodes, the resource nodes here on Aga Basin are also being rearranged. Those may be done procedurally. Honey, I'm home. Just, deposit the blood. Totally not weird or sick or anything. I got an idea. Let's make some iron.
So that's not ideal.
Did you die again?
No, with the desert, I've been waiting for the nighttime to come so I can cross. Now has the big flashing red thing, which I think means sandworm, doesn't it? Okay, never mind. It's on the other side. We're good.
All right, there are a couple things we would definitely like. One of them is the Dew Reaper. I don't have the silicone blocks. Okay. The Dew Reaper is used to collect water from the plants, basically at night. The plants you can drink from when you're low. I also want the Holtzman generator. That is one I am going to make as soon as the iron is ready. That gives you defense against projectiles. If you let somebody shoot at you long enough with projectiles, it'll knock down the shield. But as a sword master, melee being my big deal, ranged combat having less effect on me will be a bit. As you saw, they were beating me up, guys. Let's quickly change back into our still suit. We did get a little bit of flower sand from the goobers we killed. I'm sorry, that was me. What do we have left? We got our first extra chunks of iron ore. We can drop. Fuel cells are deposited, but basically they're stored there, so you can always get fuel cells out if you need to, say to make a sand bike fuel kit thingy. That goes in there. That goes in there. And the flower sand goes in there. Now to find the flower sand, chest, repair station, cut array, no. No, it's in here somewhere. the resource scanner. We're going to need that. Our first goal is the Holtzman shield generator, which you will always want to have on you, but you don't want to always have it on, as it calls Shai Hulud like a dinner bell. Well, I think I've reached a good place for me to take a break. I'll be back in about 2.5 hours or so for more Dune Awakening. I want to thank you guys for hanging out with me. As always, I am very appreciative. So, maybe 2.5 hours, 5 p.m. Pacific time, somewhere around there. I'm not sure which server I'll be playing on. I'll probably still be playing this character, as I have a couple friends playing here now. So I can help them out, give them advice, and share my wisdom. Again, thanks for hanging out. Hopefully you'll see me soon. I hope the rest of your Tuesday goes great. Take care.